Hello, hello. How's everyone doing?
According to the Wall Street Journal, Kroger and Walmart queried by senators on effects of tariffs. Just some further detail then, a Senate Democrat wants to know whether Trump's 50% tariff on imported steel and aluminium has increased prices for canned food and beverages. So in a letter sent Wednesday to CEOs of Walmart, Kroger, Albertsons, Costco, and Dollar General, Senator Hassan asked retailers to quantify the effects of the tariffs on food costs and store equipment, such as shelves and refrigerators.
Gotta watch to see what happens into this 060 on NQ. So 5560 is where bid was absorbing last, but offer definitely trying to step down here. Bid so far absorbing, but you don't have any confirmation until we can step over like 80-85. That's where sell side's sitting. Again, 55-60 is where bid absorbed last. If sell side pushes below that and offers, then downtrend is going to continue. But your first target, if you are trying to long at all here, has to be 79. Because if this rejects and then we rotate down like this, that should lead to one more leg down on back down to like POC here. right? Something like in here. So look for shorts there. Need to see that bid step back over. What's up, Sparrow? This seller's got to be incredibly strong here to try to take out this 60. Push below. If not, they're just going to get absorbed, and then we rotate up to 80. So we need to see a very clear flip. But once we do, should be able to move down to 30. See what they can do here. This is buy side last chance, 55. 35 seconds till new 15s. Offer trying to sit at 65. New 15.
Macklem says recent progress towards new Canada-US trade deal is encouraging, and we are following developments closely. Adding that prospect of new Canada-US trade deal offers hope that tariffs will be removed.
Retesting
Cutting
65
rates
offer.
would be more difficult if recent firmness in underlying inflation persists. Until a trade deal, inflation will be affected by both US tariffs and Canadian counter tariffs. Bank of Canada is proceeding carefully with monetary policy, and a rate cut could be needed if effects of US tariffs and uncertainty continue to spread through the economy and cost pressures on inflation were contained. We are watching closely for signs that weakness in the job market is broadening. And Macklemore says that we're assessing inflationary impacts of tariffs. Assessing inflationary impact of tariffs has been a moving target because the US has repeatedly changed size and scope of tariffs. Final domestic demand in Canada was soft in Q1, and if tariffs and uncertainty continues, households and businesses will likely remain cautious. Also, Fed bids for 4-week bills total $256.2 million.
Bid still defending here. CL breaking down. A bit tough to call. What we know for sure is that offer is attempting to move down to 65 from 80, and that our bid at 55 is still present but a bit more passive. We need to see if sellers are going to be able to sweep this or they're just going to get absorbed here. CL falling with NQ right now, which is a bit odd. What I'd like to see is on the higher time frame, this being an NQ flag and then CL a bear flag breakdown, and then this is a trap where NQ can actually pop here. I don't know if that's going to happen, but I'm seeing that potentially happening with CL breakdown. Right, because overall we're in an uptrend from this giant push up. It's just like how much do we need to retrace, because CL is in this downtrend, right? We're in an inverse. So if CL is failing to push and breaking, if we can continue to absorb here on NQ and get over 80, we're in a very good position. But if we bounce here at previous day, value low on the daily on CL, that might mean that NQ needs to come down into this pocket here. Offer trying to move to 60.
We have posted up Bank of Canada's Governor Macklem's speech on the Financial News feed titled The Impact of US Trade Policy on Jobs and Inflation in Canada. As a reminder, Macklem is also due to speak later on at a press conference as well. We do have his video.
It's still getting absorbed into 55.
Just seeing a report here. A third US aircraft carrier is being prepared to be deployed to the CENTCOM region, according to CNN.
All right, well, hopefully that'll do something. We want this to really reoffer and hold if it's going to do it. Sell side trying now here at 55.60.
We have posted the video where
Slowly
Macklin will be
stepping down.
speaking. Right now, that video starts in about 10 minutes. He is scheduled to. So he is scheduled to speak at 12:40 p.m. Eastern Time.
Wins this out.
So according to CNN, USS Ford Carrier Strike Group expected to deploy to Europe. So CNN says USS Ford Carrier Strike Group is a scheduled deployment.
So far, offer is good. Stepping down is good. Watching CL as we push back into POC here. Thought this move down would be a bit faster. It's a bit concerning that they're not trying to sweep this. This is our test into POC here on oil. Okay, so good so far. I just don't like how slow this is, man. It's like, it should be way quicker here. Appreciate it, Bruce.
So according to a source on X, they're showing footage reportedly showing the power plant in Haifa in Israel burning following Iran strikes.
We want this buyer to be absorbed here at 60.65, and then we want to see a very clear sweep below. That's
So just a reminder, at the bottom of the
ideal
hour, we get the
sell.
4-week bill auction from the US. The US looking to sell $65 billion. The prior high yield of 4.22%, prior bid cover of 2.96.
Yeah, with the war, CL is inverse correlation with NQ. $20 till new 15s. This is PT1 for me, 38. PT2 is 30. And PT3 which is the ideal position that we fully go down to, is here into like 08, 010. Just need to see the 65 continue to maintain. We've got some absorption here at our lows. Passive buyers stepping in at 40s. We have a seller at 60, 65. So it's just a matter of which way can this thing break, right? What we're watching for is, can this hold our ETH high? Can that hold as offer? And can then we rotate down to here? If this fails, I don't really know. It's just so slow. It's like if bid steps back over 60, 65, it's just going to be a rotation back up to 80 where our seller is sitting. So it's not even like a ton of room. That's the biggest issue.
Just a heads up, Trump's crypto czar Sachs to speak on Bloomberg TV at 11:40 a.m. Eastern Time. We have posted that video out for you in the feed.
So like, let's say we stop out participants here at 65.
US sells $65 billion of forex bills
like
at a high rate of
push,
4.060% and awards 48.91% of bids at high with a bid to cover ratio of 3.15.
Like all we do is
So
trap
bid
here
cover ratio of
again.
3.15 compared to the prior bid cover of 3.22. Germany's Chancellor Merz expresses hope for an agreement in US-EU tariff row in the coming days.
So slow. Up surf. Yeah, it was alright. Not bad at all. Nothing special. Just hung out with the family. Had a good dinner. Yeah. Hmm. I don't know. It's just taking quite a bit of time. Well, I was hoping for CL to flip this POC and ETH low, make it supportive, and NQ to reject this 65, and then push below 40s for a rotation down to uh, like 010. But if we continue to hold here, it's a problem for shorts. So I know we just rotate back up to 80 first. So I don't know. It's a bit slower than I wanted it to be. And so far, bid is just absorbing. So I do not know. The problem is like on the higher time frame, I don't want to even call it the higher time frame. We're in an uptrend from open, and we have a potential flag here on NQ for upside, whereas CL is in a bear flag for downside from open. So it's just like, which way is this actually going to break? And do we play with the short-term trend from the resistance at the highs, or do we play with the opening candle, which was a bid, you know? I don't have the answer for you. We just gotta wait and see which way this auction breaks. Right, like this bid is very clearly here, and this offer is very, very clearly here. And there's our bounce on CL at POC. Just taking ages for this to play. That's first PT for me. Need more. See if this offer can flip this previous bid. Needs to be pretty clear here at this 40. $25 still need 15s. $10. 'Is that really all we get? Oh my god. Again, the biggest issue right now is like there isn't room. Like if uh this low holds and we push over 65s, like all we're gonna do is trap here into 80-85. I don't see a viable long down here unless you're I don't know. Just kind of have to wait it out.
just a reminder, about 10 minutes' time, Trump is due to be at a swearing-in ceremony. So he'll be at a swearing-in ceremony from the ambassador to the French Republic and Principality of Monaco. It's in the Oval Office and it's closed press. White House advisor Sachs says crypto bill is very close. Sachs says the stablecoin bill would create demand for US dollars.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll see what happens into this. I just don't really see anything until we can show interest over 80s. 80, 85 is your just where the sell side's sitting there again, and they just shove this thing down. Or like we bid, right, and then all these people are trapped from this low. Like I just don't know yet. Way too slow. No follow through. So like this is what I see. We go to a 5 minute. This is what I was talking about, where it's like we have our opening uptrend, which is this, and then this can be our flag. But we still need to show interest over this for that upside move. But we have this auction up here that we just tested into and then we rejected. So it's a bit of a mixed bag because we have, again, like this seller that's holding us here. And we are so far showing zero interest into this previous auction, right? But like, if we can push through, then we can rotate this upper balance. And to
Iranian foreign minister telling Al Jazeera that we did not send any negotiation delegation to Oman.
and for the idea to have a little bit more validity, right? We're seeing CL in a potential bear flag. But like we need the breakout.
So reminder, in about 5 minutes time, we get the EIA natural gas change. Forecast is for a build of 97 BCF compared to the prior build, 109 BCF. Also, about 5 minutes ago, until we're expecting Trump at a swearing-in ceremony for the ambassador to Monaco. White House crypto advisor Sachs says diffusion rule would have set back AI industry. Sachs says the US should be concerned about Huawei chip progress.
Like bid's only objective right now is going to be trying to
Sachs
bid and
says that
hold
China is 1 to 2 years
55.65.
behind in chip technology.
If we can't do that, I just don't see this as very playable. Like all we did was come back up into our 80, which is what we thought was going to happen, and meet our seller. And so if like sell side's just sitting here again, it's the same idea where it's like we just break down. That's why I said that this isn't a viable long, because like this guy hasn't left. It just makes the trade incredibly messy. Like this bid has to be very clear here. Yeah, offer is holding. So we're gonna hope that these guys are now offsides, and it's the same as before, where you're playing off of 55.65. .38's still first PT here. Out another 2 here. Again, this is where bid rests, 30 to 38. We need to get below this for more. We get below this, we have another 20 points at least. If this holds, then it's just going to be another bounce rotation back up to 55.60. We want to see offer sweep through.
1 minute to go now till we get the EIA natural gas data. Still haven't found a video where Trump is speaking at the swearing-in ceremony. Ten seconds.
Into our 30 here. This is next PT. Need to get below this, make this offer 30 to 40. we do that, we should be able to move down to 15 to 08.
So whilst we're waiting for the data, US 30-year fixed mortgage rate at 6.81% June 18th versus the prior week of 6.84% according to Freddie Mac. A build of 95 BCF compared to the expected build of 97 BCF.
They did that like the most annoying way possible. Oh wow, with only 8K? Nice job. Dude, after I saw day one where people were at like 40K on Sunday night, I was like, okay, I just didn't even try. I knew I was going to be trading yesterday. But I guess all you have to do is just patiently wait for people to blow up. That is the strat. I'm guessing that those guys are trading 5 minis and 50 micros at the same time to try to do the big leverage. Yeah, you can trade 50 micros. So they're just doubling up 10 contracts with the 25K account, which is just such a bad idea, but that is what they are doing. Yeah, trying to go for top 10 is just like a way to set yourself up to never be profitable with real money. But Like the strategies that they're using is full on gamble. But, you know, you get your internet clout.
ECB's Nagel says the ECB's mission is more or less accomplished.
So 55 offer holding. Just watch your 30 to 38 on retest. Now that we're back into this. The guy's offside still above 65, which is good. But this can really go either way depending on the bounce here. So like this is played, right? Our upper target where all we did was test into this POC shift at 79.80. The issue here is what happens now, because this is what we have. Two options. We have, that is the wrong tool. We have one option where we offer here, we find a bid here, we step over, we take out this high. That's bullish. We can then hold and take out this high. If instead from this low, this offer rejects, we then rotate back below this. I'd expect then this low to be taken and for us to then rotate down. So I'm really just watching these two pathings because we know that this is where our balance is because we just traded it for 40 minutes. And we know that this guy is offsides. So this is our catalyst above. As long as this is holding, there's a bearish pathing. But if we can't take this guy out below, then there's a bullish pathing if we can show interest back above this high, right? So like, again, like our pivot is still the same, which is like this 55, 65. But showing interest and actually being able to hold an offer below 30 is going to be key for more downside, right? Because we know that there's a guy that was taking in here earlier. So it is incredibly important that we see this this offer show interest here, right? Continue this movement down, and then continue to rotate us if we're going to go for that secondary target. If the bid is able to pop over, right, then we're just going to be looking for those higher lows and the takeout of this guy, and then that bid to step back in to attempt again for a rotation up. So yeah, it's the same pathing. This is still just balance right here. We're just keeping an eye
According
on
to
this guy above
I24
and this
News,
guy below.
they say on X that today the Iranians conveyed a message to the Qataris who, together with the Omanis, are trying to mediate a ceasefire, saying we are ready to talk to reach an agreement with the US, but Israel needs to calm the situation. Macklem says, I really hope we get a trade deal with the US, but that's not going to solve all of our problems.
A messy area, man.
So according to a reporter from the Jerusalem Post on X, just after Trump's threats today, it says today the Iranians sent a message to the Qataris, who together with the Omanis are trying to mediate a ceasefire, again saying we are ready to talk to reach an agreement with the US, but Israel needs to calm down.
True. Also true.
According to Al Jazeera citing US official, they say that US forces in the Middle East have taken maximum security measures. Also, US official to Al Jazeera says no B-2 bombers have yet headed to the Middle East.
This is first target if you're short off of 66.75. Just that ETH high still holding. Full rotation of this balance. We expect the bid to be here. We look for then a lower high and an offer down if we're just going to maintain these.
Also, US official to
this
Al
offer.
Jazeera says the aircraft carrier Ford and its strike group will provide protection for our forces and enhance deterrence measures.
We need sell side to step below this 30 for the second leg down, or this again will just be the bottom of our balance. I'm watching this, right? This is just, we're watching for a lower high here, ideally into like 55 if sell side is going to hold. just the middle of our balance. We're trying to make this POC resistance, and then we need to step below 30 for that next leg if we're going to just maintain these guys are offsides. See if sell side can offer it, or it's just another full rotation. Oh boy. So again, I'm just going to reiterate for those that are having a hard time understanding what I'm talking about. We have a pretty clear balance here between 38 and 66 with an outlier on either edge, right? We have an outlier here that's circled, and we have an outlier here that's circled. We are watching to see, right, in between here is balance. This is our balance. We need to see this guy hold or this guy hold, and then we need to see either the bid be able to maintain here and step up and take this guy out for upside, or we're looking for this offer to maintain here, which is what we just did, and then put in a lower high and then take this guy out for continuation down, right? We want to see one of these sides either step up and take out this outlier or step down and take out this outlier. And we should see someone get trapped in the middle here at this 55 in either direction, honestly. But right now, it's just a balance trade, right? You are risking off your shorts into this, at least half, and then you can leave a runner if we can get the breakdown. And for longs, we know that this is our value right now. And so your first risk off is this 55 and then 65. But like, it's just balance right now. We need to see continuation on either side. So again, like you're looking at like this right now for rotations up. You're looking like this right now for rotations down. And we're just waiting for a secondary move. That is what is path.
Hezbollah told al-Haddad that Hezbollah will only intervene in the war between Israel and Iran if it feels that the Iranian government is at risk of collapse. And then, according to senior Iranian official cited by Al Jazeera, says America's direct involvement in the confrontation with the Zionist entity means that Hezbollah will take action. Senior Iranian official to Al Jazeera says Iran's actions against maritime targets and enemy positions will be an option if America enters confrontation.
30 seconds till the 15s. Start to look below our 30s. See if we can hold this. CL trying to break. ES at value low. And Q has a few more points, 15 more points to our value low and 15-minute VWAP. Just watching to see if we take in again and then pop back over this 38 for a bid, or if we can actually hold this on new 15 and show an interest below our bottom balance. Watch POC of previous candle. I expect if bid is going to step back in, we need to test into here, and then we'll get a rebid, and then we can then rotate back up if this is going to hold. Just keep an eye on that. Regardless of direction, we test into 45s, and then like this is either going to reject, and then we'll push down from there, trapping bids here, and then we look for that rotation below, or this will go supportive here, and we'll see a very clear bid, and then a push up this range. That'd be my guess. If you're still in a short, I don't think there's anything wrong with this, as long as we're maintaining below POC of previous candle. But that's where your stop should be sitting, just above that. Because if bid recovers this 30-38 and we can get over 45 POC of previous candle, then rotations back up to just sell side up at 66 to 75 makes sense off of another failure at the lows. Basically just double bottom done in Q so far, with ES double bottoming as well into our value low. I really want to see sellers push us down more. But we have to respect that like there's very clearly a bid still willing to sit here. And then this is taking forever. It's like the slowest grind down. think this is where we'll figure out directionality. Again, we expected offer to be sitting there at 45. That makes sense. Now, can a bid maintain these higher lows and pop us up on the hold here? That is the question. Or do we flip back below 30s and offer?
Just a reminder, at 12:40 p.m. Eastern Time, Bank Accountant's Macklem is in a press conference. So we have posted out the video of where Macklem is due to speak at the press conference on the feed for you to watch.
At our 30 edge, it's a great risk off. We got to get below this and then offer for that last rotation down to 15. This is where the bid needs to try to step in and then get us back above and take out that 45 for the full rotation up. Yes, back down to our value edge where we've double bottomed. See if we triple or if we can actually push below. What a slow market, man. Oof. I don't know how relevant this is going to be, but it's starting soon.
Seeing shares of Intel up 3.3%.
Yeah, we really want them to hold this higher low from the 30 and now the 38. Get us over 45s for rotations up. They're gonna do it. This like 45.50 is so important to recover. It's just POC to value high of previous candle.
So that press conference has begun with Macklem. Remember, the video is on the feed. He hasn't started speaking yet, but the video is there for you to watch. So according to Al Arabiya, they say the maritime agencies advise ships to avoid Iranian waters on their way to Hormuz. Macklem says we are watching mortgage delinquencies closely, but we're less concerned than we were a year ago.
$40 till new 15s. Wait, that's not true. Oh no, it is. It is 30 seconds. I'm tripping. Another full rotation off of failure to shift value below 30. Rotation back up to 45.50. Hopefully that is enough. I don't know. Let's see what we can do here. See if we can do a little mini flag here. 45.50. Hold that break. This is ES testing into POC. We're watching for something like this to occur, and then a rotation up off of a hold of our lows again. Brother.
So just get reports here on X, not confirmed, that heavy US jet activity after unusual Iranian missile launch over Iraq and Syria. They also say that the Brits are also airborne. Again, not confirmed, but just something that's been put out here according to a reporter on X.
I just need to take off full size instead of trying to leave a runner for this shit.
So just reporters on X following the for the failed launch of the Iranian missile, it said that the Iranian channels claim that this was a test of secret missiles. Macklem says the economy is showing some resilience amid the trade war.
I'm watching this right now. 38.45 offer hold and then push down. If this fails, I'm probably done with this area. Just keeping an eye on it. I want to see 38s hold. And then I want to see us push down and rotate here if we're going to do it. But I'm just, again, like, if I get stopped here, it is what it is, and then I just wait. This buyer at 30 is just so persistent. It's crazy. But what we're seeing is, like, the offer still stepping down. Yeah, dude, it's insane. I'm just not going to touch it if I get stopped out of this. Okay, we're semi-profitable. I take off a little risk here into these wick lows and then look for a breakdown here. We want to see them sweep. Took off 2 contracts.
About an hour to go until we get the Fed interest rate decision, where the Federal Reserve is expected to keep rates unchanged at 4.5%. We also get the summary of economic projections as well.
Have 2 more.
So the market pricing sees around 99% chance of the scenario of the Fed keeping rates unchanged, and analyst expectations are almost all aligned on this. The SCP, it will include the latest dot plot where Fed officials can plot where they think the interest rate will be at the end of this year, next 2 years, and in the longer run. Analyst expectations see these remaining broadly unchanged from the last SCP. So the FMC median forecast for current year is seen at 3.875%, unchanged from the prior. The range is 4.375% to 3.625%. For next year, forecast also remaining unchanged at 3.375%, range of 4.625% to 2.875%. 2 years ahead, as said, forecast remains unchanged at 3.125%. The range is 5.125%, with a low estimate of 2.125%. And the long run forecast is 3%. Prior was 3.125%, and the range of 4.375% to 2.125%. General expectations then. So generally, with the US stocks markets will look for guidance on rate cut timing. Confirmation of 2 cuts remains in the S&P could lift risk assets. Conversely, a more cautious outlook stressing persistent inflation might drag on sentiment, especially in rate-sensitive sectors. If the S&P shows fewer or delayed cuts, the dollar may strengthen on expectations of higher for longer rates. Clear messaging that policy will remain unchanged could also buoy the currency, while any dovish shift may weigh on it. In regards to US government bonds, treasury yields are likely to respond to any tweaks in the S&P. A more hawkish tone or extended rate path could lift yields, whereas reaffirming the 2-cut path could lead to yield compression. The auctions around this meeting will hinge heavily on the new guidance. In regards to federal policy, investors will pass the updated projections for growth, inflation, and the dot plot. Adjustments signaling fewer cuts or higher long-term rate expectations would hint at a more cautious policy path. And the Fed's emphasis on trade-driven stagflation risks suggests any shift in policy will remain very data-dependent. So first up, we have Wells Fargo. They said the FOMC is expected to keep the federal funds rate unchanged at this upcoming meeting and signal a continued wait-and-see approach. Economic activity remains resilient, with real personal consumption rising in April and steady job growth maintaining the unemployment rate at 4.2%. Inflation remains above target, with core PCE at 2.5% in April and likely inching up to 2.6% in May. Whilst recent CPI and PPI data were softer than expected, it is likely too early for the Fed to assess the full inflationary impact of recent tariff increases. Given these factors, the Fed is unlikely to alter its current policy stance.
Oh my god. Get me out of here. At least we got a successful trade there, but surely surely we get more. Yeah, no.
So according to Al Arabiya, that Israeli broadcast says the Israeli army briefed Washington on plans to attack Iran. Macklem says consumer business sentiment indicators remain low.
I mean, that was target. 15s was target. It's been our target. So if we do bounce here, it makes sense, but I'm not going to be happy. So the idea here,
Coinbase introduces Coinbase payments for commerce platforms.
The idea here was this. One second. We had these highs, and we had these lows, and we saw that this guy was offsides above. So I wanted to play off of where this bid was last at this 38, with our risk being top of range. And I was basically just looking for sell side to be able to put in a lower high here, maintaining this guy off sides, and then looking down for target. That was the idea. With CL showing interest over our value edge, but we're not getting much more. It doesn't look
So
like.
it's really broadcast as
really
Washington was informed of the attack plans to facilitate the entry of the US Army. So again, according to Israeli broadcast, being cited by Al Arabiya on X.
The reason why we, again, like this value high of that last candle was here at 42, 43 almost. And I just wanted to play off of this edge here from the POC at 45. That just felt like a good area of risk if we were going to put in a lower high below this POC and where we saw the seller step in last. And again, like I'd love to see this this 3038 now hold this offer like we've been looking for continuation down. But because of how slow we're moving, it really doesn't need to do it. We hit our 15 target, which was our 15-minute VWAP that we were looking for the reversion trade. If we can hold here, I mean, amazing, right? Then we just hold our runner down. But we need to now see interest below.
Trump on Iran says lots of intelligence. So Trump speaking to reporters at the White House.
It's not a quote. Is there a stream for that? No.
So if you're looking at Fox News, you can watch him there live.
You gonna link me, Fox News, bud?
But he is on the lawn again. Macklin says there's some distortion in our preferred core measures.
All right, I found the stream. He didn't link it for some reason. Here it is.
And Trump ends remarks to reporters.
That's sick.
So again, Trump offers no further details on Iran intelligence.
Is this really in news? New flagpole, guys. Huge. What? Like, why are we watching these guys assemble a flagpole?
I-24 reporter says Israel reports that U.S. Central Command commander Michael Kurilla met with Trump and presented him with military options in the Iranian context.
Fire attempting at 34.
So it's going back to the expectations then for the Federal Reserve and the FOMC. Wells Fargo, they say in the updated SEP, or the Summary of Economic Projections, the FOMC is expected to maintain or slightly raise its inflation and interest rate outlooks. Risks to both inflation and unemployment projections remain tilted to the upside, consistent with the March SEP. The median 2025 dot may shift from indicating 50 basis points of easing to just 25, where the 2026 dot could rise to 3.625%. Inflation projections are likely to rise slightly higher due to tariff impacts, and GDP growth estimates may be lowered to just above 1%. However, the unemployment forecast may remain steady at 4.4%, reflecting constrained labor supply and firms' reluctance to cut jobs. So, Iranian Deputy Foreign Minister speaking to CNN says, if America intervenes, we will definitely respond.
Get me out of here. This is the slowest crawl down I've seen in a while.
There was a headline on X about Israel. Broadcasting authority saying Israel estimates that the US will join the attack on Iran and the Fordo nuclear facility. That post is gone, so not sure whether that's still now news. But I said, took a look at it, and it just is gone now. Surely expecting the Federal Reserve Corporation data. Okay, so they have put out again. Israeli Broadcasting Authority says Israel estimates that the US will join the attack on Iran at the Fordo nuclear facility.
They estimate?
Forty counterparties take $205.050 billion at the Federal Reserve reappropriation. Now to get some further confirmation here. So Iranian Deputy Foreign Minister Majid Takht Ravanchi says Tehran will respond if US joins Israel's war with Iran. Israeli official to CNN says Iran has launched about 4,000 ballistic missiles so far.
Same trade as before, same everything. 38 offer, back down to our 15. Need to see this flip for anything more. This is just going to be another balance trade. See if the bid can step below or if offer is able to maintain. We have sell side desperately trying at this 20. Buyers a bit off sides above 30, 38. So what we're going to be watching for is if the offer can step down here, hold this POC. Again, we're in a very, very, very slow crawl down, right? Just lower highs, POC shifting down slowly, slowly, slowly on each candle. So like the overall trend is still in place. There's no reason to close out on shorts on full size because nothing has changed about our trend overall. Oil is still pushing, etc., etc. It's just a slow, miserable grind down.
Fitch Ratings says US fiscal outlook remains challenging despite near-term revenue boost.
Secondary target here is 95. We can show interest below this 010, 015.
It's going to report say that Gabbard, according to Axios, cancelled Senate intel briefing amid Iran tensions. Gabbard cancelled briefing due to White House commitment.
Sucks. I just have this one contract left. This is our 30-second opening range on NQ here, N295, which is why it was target. If we can start to make this offer, then we can rotate through, and that would give us a target of 960.
According to Punchbowl, Wiles told Senate GOP to pass tax bill next week. So that's White House Chief of Staff Wiles told Senate GOP to pass tax bill next week. According to Al Arabiya, an Omani source denies Al Arabiya the arrival of an Iranian delegation to Muscat. So again, an Omani source denies the story that Al Arabiya said that there was an arrival of Iranian delegation to Muscat in Oman.
All right. If we can't show interest below this 95,
Israeli army, cited by Al Arabiya,
go to
says
value
our
low
attacks are focused on Western Iran.
at 15. Right, like that would just look like this. And then we retest our edge here, and then we either continue downward or this flips is supportive, and then we rotate back up. Again, this is just our 30-second opening range high here and day open on NQ. So really important that we show interest below so that we can rotate down to 960. We'd like to see CL continue to show interest up because that allows NQ to continue down, right? That's been the ideology so far today.
Fitch Ratings on US says that they estimate Doge will yield annual savings of about $150 billion through spending cuts.
Thank the Lord. This is our ORM here at 78. Man, I would love to see 90s hold now. $20 seconds till new 15s. Offer sitting at 90. New 15s have opened.
Just going through a bit more research than before the FOMC in about 30 minutes. Goldman Sachs say that the FOMC is expected to reiterate its intention to remain on hold until there is greater clarity on economic conditions and policy
This
development.
is Target.
While participants' assumptions around tariffs have likely risen since March, the recent soft inflation data and easing trade tensions suggest that policymakers will take a cautious approach in updating forecasts. As a result, bold revisions are unlikely. The median projections in the updated SEP are expected to reflect slightly higher inflation at 3% for 2025, slightly lower GDP growth at 1.5%, and a modestly higher unemployment rate of 4.5%. The median interest rate dots are likely to remain unchanged, showing two cuts to 3.875% this year, two more cuts to 3.375% next year, and one cut to 3.125% in 2027, and a 3% long run neutral rate.
Trying to hold for 40s, but I'm kind of greeting it.
Just keeping an eye on the markets here, the S&P 500, just seeing some downside movement. No news related
You okay, Newsbot? All right, I'm flat here. This can definitely keep going down if we show interest below 40, and I'll look to reevaluate if we do that. But this was my higher time frame target from that failure. So this is just our 28, or sorry, our 38 to 45, and then rotation down. So this is what this ended up being for full target. But to me, this feels a little done. If we can keep pushing down, awesome. But I think that this can be our bounce point for short term for maybe a rotation to 60. If we get over 60, then it's going to come back up to our 90 offer. So 40s make sense to me for right now. I'm just going to delete that. No reason for that to be there. So watch our 60 edge here. This is your most bearish pivot. I think a full rotation through our opening range is definitely possible from our 40 target here from our PVZ reversion zone, which is why I closed. It's also POC on the on footprint. Huge volume was traded at 940. Yeah, it's on continuous for CL because the individual contracts liquidity was really poor last on Monday, Tuesday. So I had just had it on continuous, but yeah, it should be U prices. So it's basically like a combined contract. Yeah, I don't know what it is. So I didn't switch over because the liquidity, if you try to do like their separate contracts, is really bad. So I just kept it on continuous. I don't really know how crude works, but like like if you look at their individual contracts, like this one is terrible liquidity wise, and then so I just had it on the continuous for charting specifically. I'm not trading it. I just care about if it's continuing to go up, you know. Yeah, sorry. I wish I could answer you better. I'm not very familiar with oil. Just using it as a trend indicator. All right, well, 40s is making me feel good. Glad we closed there. See what we can do. Dude, if that last 38 trade didn't work, I was about to tilt. I'm not gonna lie. I'm glad that we actually got our move on my final attempt. I personally think we're just headed up to here. We got our reversion at our reversion zone off of our indicator. We got our signal, and we now are trying to hold our 30-second opening range low. And I'd expect a bit of resistance here at 78, and then we look for our push into 90 for PVZ low. So again, this is a great first target if you are playing. This is just ORM. So it's our ORL recovery to ORM trade. Right? ORL, ORM. We can show interest over this, should be able to push to our PVC target at 96, 90, 90, 96. I'm not in this. I just closed my short into 40 and then I'm just waiting. But this move is expected. We'll watch for sellers to attempt this. So for like something like this to play, we'd want to look in, then offer, and then rotate through. Something like that would be ideal. This is just our opening range high, but also our value low and to POC, a previous candle here that we'd be playing around for risk. See how that plays. Yeah, if we can recover our ORH and make it supportive, then we can go up. This buyer at 940 was significant. Just watch our 2000. We would want to see sell side show interest at 2000 and then step below 90 for this trade to make sense. So that's what we have pathed, remember. It's not a look into this area, it's a look out. And this is not a trade here on this edge. Look at the pathing. We're looking for a look back below with this then showing interest here. So if this is going to play, we'll wait for that. We'll look in and then look down. And this is where we look to try, and then this is our risk. If this flips instead, we gotta wait to see what happens into 15. Don't be like, don't have FOMO. We haven't even finished one candle yet on the 15 for a reversal. Like, if this is going to actually be our low into 40s, there will be more. So like, there's no reason to FOMO. Like, it was a beautiful close for our short, and now we wait to see if we can actually break downtrend. At no point yet have we seen a right side of V. We're trying, right? But we need more. New 15s have opened. Our value edge on NQ and ES. See if we can hold these on looks above. If so, we can play it up to POC on the daily. I'm gonna move this over. This is still in play on a look back below. Try to even like think, what would your stop be here if you tried to play along? Below 90, I guess. This is our push into our 15-minute VWAP. ES into POC here, off of our hold of our value edge. I would personally love to see NQ just flag here. That would be ideal for longs. Play off of this. That's your risk. I'm looking to play off of 10s. Stop below 2000 for a pullback. We're gonna hold. I'd love to see that happen. Just a retest of our value edge. It's worth trying. All right, let's see if there's anything here. I'm at 1 here into 23 for 13 points. Just as we test our highs again. Saw a little absorption here. More luck. What does that have to do with luck? I'm out one more here into 30. I think we can see more, but just gonna leave a runner now to 010 average. Stop still sitting at 2000. 10 points risk. It was worth there. Value edge retest. Excuse me. Jesus. I mean, it's very clear right now because of the market conditions. That's why I have CL up and not RTY up, right? Like we don't need to rely on something that's a little bit more murky when we have something that's very clear. It's like when we were relying more on DXY when there was a very clear inverse, right? Like you just use what's working at the time. Don't hamper yourself with tools that don't show clear signals, you know? It's just one of those things where we adapt with the market. I'm sure CL will start to be less of a viable signal when things settle down, and then we'll switch back to Russell, and then that'll be good, right? Just a matter of reading the room. No, I'm not mad at this though. 320 points. I don't know if we have much more here until we can get over like 50-55 though. That's just our POC rotation. But I'm 90% risked off, right? So let's see what happens. So this is the last two trades that I've talked about are just mechanical setups. Like pretty obvious mechanical setups, which is this recovery of our ORL and trade to ORM. That's a trade that we've talked about a lot, right? And then the hold of this is a great entry if you wanted it, but I didn't take it. I just waited for the look above, back into our value, and then the retest of our value edge is supportive, playing off that for rotations up. And then it's just playing into POC as final target for 55. We'll see if we get that. But like these two trades here are very mechanical. And again, like we just closed our short from our 38 and we played it down into 40s, which was the low. We waited for a clear higher low. This is when I talked about this bid could be a rotation back up. I did not play this because I played the way down. I don't need to be on both sides of this rotation. I can just wait for a better setup on the recovery of our value edge and then just play that up. Don't need to be in every trade. Wait for confirmation. Like I missed this entry, and so I don't need to play this. Now we wait. And again, like this is our short from earlier. 38 to 45 was the short, right? Like that's still viable if you wanted to try this again. But if we push over that, like there's no short until we test 55s. Right, this is just this trade again. The seller is still very clearly here.
Voice news.
5 seconds to FOMC rate decision. Expect volatility here, guys. Careful.
No change, no change. Rate remains unchanged at 4.5% as expected.
Sellers absorbing in the same spot as last time, 66.75. We need to get
So
over
looking
that for
to
more.
the FOMC rate statement now and the SEP, medium forecast shows rates at 3.6% next year and 3.4% in 2027. The FOMC's current year unemployment projection ticks up to 4.5%. Fed omits the line about risks of higher unemployment and inflation in its rate statement. The Federal Reserve say policymakers see 1.4% GDP in 2025 versus 1.7% in March. They see longer run at 1.8% unchanged from March.
I'm flat
Unemployment
here.
rate remains low and the labor market conditions remain
for
solid.
$1,000.
Inflation remains somewhat elevated. Recent indicators suggest economic activity has continued to expand at a solid pace. Fed policymakers see a 4.5% unemployment rate at the end of 2025 versus 4.4% in the March
We can
projections.
hold here.
They see
Should
the
be
end
able
of
to go up.
2025
I'll
PCE
look for
inflation
another
at
trade above
3%,
our
which is
value
up from the
edge.
2.7% they saw in March. Core is seen at 3.1% from 2.8% in March. So projections show slower GDP growth, slightly higher unemployment, and somewhat higher inflation than the March forecasts. Fed vote in favor of the policy change was, or no change, was unanimous. 2025 GDP projections again fall to 1.4% from 1.7%. So to recap some of the main points then, FOMC medium forecast still shows 50 basis points of rate cuts this year, again holding the benchmark rate unchanged today at 4.5%. So seeing the updates now to the SEP dot plot then, so the current year rate forecast is 3.87%, which is lower than the forecast 3.94%. Next year rate forecast from the Fed 3.625%, which is higher than the forecast 3.375%. And the next 2-year rate forecast plus 2 year ahead 3.375%, which is higher than the forecast 3.125%, and the long run at 3%, higher than forecast 3.125%. So looking to the market here, the dollar did see a little bit of weakness, which is somewhat holding as the release has happened now. Just really a whipsaw in the S&P 500, no sustained move we can see.
Feeling good about our close into that absorption at 66 to 75. Watching our value edge here again into our 10s, which was our entry. Liquidity is still pretty poor. Yeah, it's good. Peace.
US rate futures factor in 46 basis points in rate cuts for this year, little changed from before the Fed statement. US interest rate futures are pricing in a 71% chance of a Fed cut in September, was 60% before the data. Some commentary from former Federal Reserve Vice Chair Clarida says Fed decision is a dovish lean from the committee. So traders still almost fully pricing in 2 Fed rate cuts this year. Again, little changed really from before the data. October rate cut odds rise to 85% from 80% before the Fed assessment.
Debating if this 90 is good. I think it is. It's the trade that we were looking at for the downside move, 90 to 2000. I'm watching it. See if we can hold this edge. Remember, trade small if you're trading during this. Very volatile. Lots of stops can be hit. You want to be trading with larger stop, smaller size, more volatility. Keep that in mind if you are attempting to trade FOMC. Hmm. We're just looking for a lack of interest above 10s. We want to see a sell side push below 2000 if this is going to go down. That's my current take. If not, then a rotations up to 40 makes sense. I'll attempt this again if we look back below like this. If not, again, we're just going to rotate up into this 40. Watching our edge here. I'm doing the same thing again. See what happens. If I get stopped out here again, I probably won't try it. Still very two-sided. Sell side is desperately trying to shove this down, so far getting absorbed. I still think there's a chance. But if they can't do it, again, like I just won't take this again. We'll head to 40. Stop there. I'll wait. Those guys are just offsides now. Sucks.
The US Treasury issues a Russia-related general license authorizing certain services related to the Sakhalin 2 oil and gas refinery. It's according to the Treasury website.
As long as this guy is continuing to take in here, where we were attempting to short, there's no sell. right? Like this needs to flip offer. But this is where the bid is just going to continue to absorb. Just keep that in mind. Oops. So I won't be looking for anything short-wise until we either are back up into this high or below here, I don't think. Just doesn't make sense. The key is to see like the offer really step down below 90. We can see like what I want to see is like a bid actually show that it's getting absorbed and not just like this two-sided, very neutral action that's happening right now. So like what we can see very
Into
clearly.
the US Embassy, the mission personnel have begun departing Israel.
These sellers are offsides here in this green area, but we're not really seeing enough on the buy side for absorption. Like very clearly, like someone is here and just willing to take in, but I want to see like some like big deltas actually get taken in here up in these highs if we were going to then continue down. I need someone to be a bit more offsides. The only one who's like really offsides right now is the seller who's here. Right, so like I either want to see like an extreme and then an outlier and then a look down below 90 where like that seller then takes advantage, or this again is just like a bid and rotation up into R40, which is what I've been mentioning. So I'm really just going to keep our eye on that. This 30 to 40 is incredibly important for a flip for buyers. So you should expect sellers to try to defend it. But if we can flip it, right, then we can rotate up. So I'm just going to be patient here. Give it a second to play. Again, either like a look up into 30 to 40 and then like a very clear seller absorbing a buyer and we see them off sides, and then a step below 90 would be a great short. Or a very clear flip over 30 to 40 and dramatic bid from buyers for rotation up. Because we know that this guy's off sides
the US
at
Fed
90
rate decision,
to
whilst up around
2000
spot 1%.
on NQ. So we know that there's someone basically absorbing sellers here, right? And like they are going to continue to show that unless I can see something above that I care about that then shows me like the offer really actually wants to step down, or every dip into this is just going to be bought, like what just happened the last two attempts, right? So just going to give it a minute to play. That's the current thought process is like very clear pivot 30-40, very clear pivot 90 to 2000. CL potentially double topping, maybe. See what happens.
In 10 minutes' time now, at the bottom of the hour, we see the start of the FOMC press conference with their chair Powell. We have got the live video on the feed for those interested.
See if these guys absorb here again, or if we can flip it.
Iran summons the Swiss envoy to Tehran as representatives of US interests. to prompt Trump's provocative remarks.
What?
Protest Trump's provocative remarks, I should say. This is according to Iranian media. To repeat, Iran summons the Swiss envoy to Tehran as a representative of US interests to protest Trump's provocative remarks.
If offer is going to step down, you'd like to see it happen at 10. So far, just the same absorption as before, into 90. If offer's going to step down again, like you'd get a lower high here at 010. If it's going to fail, then it's that we would not see that offer step there and push below. I really wouldn't worry about the trading right now. Just wait for JPOW to start speaking, and then we'll have another directional trend. Play with that. So offer trying to take advantage of this push down. I can do this low. JPOW starts speaking soon, I believe. Yeah, 5 minutes. Just let them have their fun. I'm gonna grab water while we wait. I'm not planning on taking a trade until JPOW starts talking. So no change. This guy is still getting eaten. I'm still waiting to see what happens into our 40. I have no interest in this area until we either see like a very clear shift above or below. Just looks like balance to me. The way that again, because of how we're looking at this as balance, this is our extreme low where we look for basically to be bought and then re-enter this range. And then this is our extreme high where we're looking for it to be bought, sold, and then enter into this range. So if we can ever do this where we tag into this yellow zone, our ORM, and then look back in, it's most likely a bid up to this 20, right? So we're now watching to see if buyers are going to be able to hold this lower edge and then get us over for that push into 40. If we can hold here now, that's the idea. It doesn't mean it has to be playable, but this is what I'm watching for. And it's in the current setup that the buyer holds here, and then we look over, and then we look for that move into 40. From there, we should get a directional decision. I don't know if this happens before JPL starts speaking. He starts in 30 seconds, so. But this is why I'm just getting our levels ready. I'm giving we have an understanding of where our value currently is being found on either
So
side.
surely expecting the
extreme.
FMC press conference to begin. Also did get some earlier headlines here that Microsoft is planning thousands more job cuts aimed at salespeople. And Fed Chair Powell's press conference begins. Remember, the video is on the feed for you to watch.
All right, let's watch this. Link in chat. Purple tie. Same as always.
Powell says the economy is in a solid position. And inflation has been running somewhat above goal. Also did have headlines from Interfax that Novak and OPEC Secretary General discuss energy markets. Powell said inflation is running somewhat above 2% objective. WTI crude July futures settle at $75.14 a barrel, up 30 cents or 0.4%.
Powell says sentiment is soured and reflecting trade policy concerns. Powell adds it remains to be seen how sentiment will affect spending. Powell says labour market conditions have remained solid. Unemployment has stayed in a narrow range and low. Russia's Deputy PM Novak discussed world energy markets with OPEC Secretary General, according to Interfax. Powell says labour market not a source of inflation. Current policy stance well positioned.
Our 40 off of our hold, just following pathing. Should be your first risk off into 40 to 55. POC sitting at 56. That's your 55. It's whatever. Just watch as we approach here. See if we absorb. Bid is in a very good spot right now to continue this up if we can show interest above. We've got sellers who are offsides below. We have a bid that's stepped up above 10s.
Powell says
we are now
estimate the
testing
total
into our last
PCE prices
offer.
rose 2.3%
This is a
with
great first
core
risk off.
2.6% in May.
We flip it, then we get more.
Powell says near-term inflation expectations have moved up recently. Says that tariffs are the driving factor.
Deleting this just so it's clean.
Powell says most measures of long-term inflation expectations are consistent with the 2% goal.
This is POC. Next risk off, you took off some into 40, now 56. If we can flip it, then we can keep going up. Probably make a new high in the day. If this holds, then there's no change.
Powell confirms that changes to trade and fiscal policies remain uncertain. Powell says the effect of tariffs will depend on the level, and increases this year will likely weigh on economic activity and push up inflation. Again, increases in tariffs likely to boost prices. Powell says avoiding persistent inflation ultimately depends on keeping long-term inflation expectations well anchored.
Offer into our 56, rotation back down to our bid here, no change.
Powell says tariff effects on inflation could be more persistent. Again, Powell, tariff effects on inflation could be more persistent. The obligation is to keep one-time price increases from becoming ongoing inflation problems. Without price stability, we cannot achieve long periods of low unemployment. Powell says we may find ourselves where our dual mandates are in tension. Powell says for the time being, we're well positioned to wait to learn more before considering policy adjustments. Powell says Fed policymaker projections are subject to uncertainty, which is usually elevated. Which is unusually elevated. So again, Fed policymaker projections are subject to uncertainty, which is unusually elevated. So the S&P 500 pairs gains in choppy trading during the press conference with Powell, last up around spot 3%. Powell says that after the framework review is wrapped up in late summer, we will consider any changes to communications.
All right, question time.
Russia's Deputy PM Novak and the OPEC Secretary General discussed the situation on the global oil market, in particular the connection with the escalation in the Middle East, according to the government statement. Fed's Powell now taking questions at the press conference. Powell says we had 3 months of favorable inflation readings, and that's welcome news. Core services inflation has been grinding down. Powell says we've had goods inflation moving up a bit, and we expect to see more of that in the summer. Expect to see, again, more goods inflation this summer. Takes some time for tariffs to work their way to the consumer. Powell says beginning to see some tariff effects. Expect more in the coming months. Powell says many companies expect to put some or all of the tariff effects through to ultimately the consumer. Powell says we can't assume that inflation will just move up and then back down as the projections show.
I'm basically just watching this, seeing if we can hold our high for rotations back down, just for a balance trade for a lower high. Or if we're going to be able to flip this and then it goes supportive and we make POC supportive for a pushback up to value high up here. So just watching this to see if sell side can maintain this and then rotate us back through, or if it's going to rotate down. Unsure as of yet. Just keep that in mind that we're keeping an eye on this high. So far, the bid is doing what it needs to do, which is higher lows from our extreme, right? So let's see if we can flip it and hold it. Value in this current candle, 38s.
Powell says in looking at Fed policy path projections, we focus on the near term. It's hard to forecast the longer term.
Right, we're just watching this. Can we bid and maintain now above our seller? Yes, top of range, by the way. So also at our value edge.
Powell says we're adapting in real time to estimates of how high tariffs will be. Powell says in the statement it said that uncertainty about the economy has diminished. That's a line from the Fed's Teal book. It says uncertainty peaked in April and has come down. Powell says sentiment has come up from very low levels, though it is still depressed.
Need to see a bid step in here into 30 to get us back over, or this is it.
Powell says the housing situation is a longer run problem. Many companies again expect to put some or all of the tariff effects ultimately to the consumer. Powell says the best we can do for housing is to restore price stability.
This is our test. If 40-50 holds, I think sell side wins. If 30 bids and then we can get
Powell
back
says
over
the economy
our
appears
50,
to be growing at a
then we should be in
1.5%
an
to
okay.
2% pace.
So just watch this reoffer here on our pivot. On the
Powell
look above
says
and
we
fail.
can perhaps see low and continued cooling in the labour market, but nothing that's troubling.
Back to POC, a previous candle here at 08.
Powell says no one holds their rate path projections with great deal of conviction. So again, no one holds their rate path projections with a great deal of conviction. Powell says you can make a case for any of the rate paths in the projections. Powell just noting, remember how much uncertainty we face. We can't assume inflation will just move up and then back down, as projections show. Powell says it's likely we will get to a place where rate cuts are appropriate. Says we know that the time will come when we'll have more confidence. Powell says as long as we have the kind of labour market we have and inflation is coming down, the right thing to do is to hold rates. Powell says going to learn more about tariffs over the summer. And again says at some point it will become clear.
Good flip so far, 30-50. Need to get below this 10, show interest below. Or it's just bottom of balance here again, no change. Taking off a little risk here, just because it's the bottom of our range where we bounced last. I really am not looking for more down until this pivot flips. This is just supportive until proven otherwise. Just all of this. Good so far.
Powell says had strong support for today's decision. Powell says as we get more data, the differences in rate forecasts will be smaller. Powell says these splitting projections may also reflect differences in the assessment of risks. Powell says if we just look backward at data, you would want rates closer to neutral, but we expect a meaningful amount of inflation in the coming months.
This is our extreme here into 60 to 78. If we can flip this and show his offer, then we get continuation down. If not, this is where the bid maintains here again. Keep that in mind. Either risk off a little bit or move stops down a bit more aggressively if you're playing it. See if we can flip.
Powell says we will make smarter decisions if we wait a couple of months. Powell says again, we will make a smarter decision if we wait a couple of months. US 10-year Treasury yields turned slightly higher on the day, lasted around 4.395%.
Kinda at a healthy level. True.
Powell says supply and demand in the labour market have kept unemployment rate at a somewhat reasonable pace.
This is our 40 where we risked off our shorts on last attempt. Very good hold at 60 offer on rotation down. Watching to see if 40s can now go resistance. We just took out our low of day, our low of this period. If we can do this, we should
Powell
have
says
one
labour
more
supply
rotation
is
down
diminishing with less immigration.
to 909.
Powell declined to say if he would stay as a governor after the Fed chair term is over.
So this is our target here in 909. Move stops down a bit more aggressively.
Powell says in the fall we will talk in more detail about changes to communications. S&P 500 now turning negative as Powell speaks, with the Nasdaq 100 as well. So Powell just saying we'll discuss communication tools and practices in the fall. He did note that this is including changes to the SEP.
ETH low would be next target if we can hold here. 862. Watching our offer into 40 to 50.
Powell says, compared to September 2024, when we cut rates, inflation forecast for the current year is for higher inflation from tariffs. Powell says policy is now modestly restrictive. Policy is not very restrictive. Powell says, I will take confidence that inflation is coming down. Without tariffs, that confidence would be building. The dollar index extending gains to a daily high now. Powell, when asked if Americans should expect pain in the second half, says, I'm not saying that at all. Powell says the labour market is not crying out for a rate cut. Powell says business people are working their way through this. It feels more positive than it did 3 months ago.
See if we can hold here. This is our 60 edge ORL on NQ. We're watching to see if this is going to hold offer or rotate back up to 90. We're just watching this buyer that's here from 47 to 55. Can hold that, then we can look for 90, I think. If this fails here and we look back below and offer, then we got to be very careful. Testing now. Getting back over 60 is so key for buyers here, or a lower high gets put in, we take out 20s, then we continue our rotation down. This 20 to 35 right now is what we're battling for. It's POC of previous candle and current candle, just this little zone. This offer is back below 40. It's a little bit concerning. Need to see a bid really try to step in and get us back up over 60, or again, sell side's going to start to have a bit more say here. Watch our offer into 60 off of our hold tier. You expect a lower high if sell side's going to take advantage of this. Need to get back above. So that has to be, as we push into that, it has to be your first risk off if you're playing off this 15-point area.
Powell says that cutting back on survey sizes will boost data volatility. Trump says meeting in an hour on Iran-Israel. Trump, when asked about the latest on Israel, says again, having a meeting in an hour. Trump says Iran should have made the deal.
God damn it.
Trump repeats that Iran wants to come to the White House, says I may do that. Powell, as well, says of course the Fed is watching the Israel-Iran conflict. It's possible we will see higher energy prices, but don't generally tend to have lasting effects on inflation.
What a sell on oil there. Holy.
Trump, when asked if Iran regime could fall, says anything could happen.
This is a great risk off here in a 90. Let's see if we can keep going. Next target would be 30s.
Powell says artificial intelligence may both replace and create jobs.
We're watching to see if oil is going to continue to fall for NQ to get the push. New 15s.
Trump just says I have a meeting in the Situation Room soon. Trump says I have not made a final decision yet. Trump says Israel is doing pretty well. Powell comments that it's a time of real change in geopolitics, trade, and immigration. It doesn't change how we do monetary policy, though. Trump says, I discussed Iran with the Pakistani army official. They were scheduled to have lunch today at 1 p.m.
Such a decisive moment. Can we hold our ORL and bid here, or is this going to be the top of our inside candle for a 3-bar down? It's kind of what I'm watching right now. On the 15.
Trump says, I'm working on trade deals with India and Pakistan. Powell says, I don't see increased slack in the labour market except at the margin. Trump says, I think Iran was a few weeks away from having a nuclear weapon. Trump, when asked about the Middle East, says, I don't want to get involved. Trump says, I believe Iran would use a nuclear weapon if they had one.
JPOW and Trump talking at the same time while we traverse our opening range is interesting.
Powell says a rate hike is not a base case. The press conference with Powell has now ended. Again, Powell's press conference has ended.
Back to our ORH
Trump
here
says just
after
because
hold
the
of our
US
ORL.
can destroy Fordo doesn't mean that we will.
just 60 to 90 right now until we break aside and
Trump
hold.
just repeating, I haven't made a decision with respect to Iran. Trump on acting against Fordo says, I haven't made a decision.
Tens is a great target. If we can show interest above
Trump
here,
says the
should
deal
go
could still
30
happen.
and then 60.
Says, I would have preferred to have an agreement.
Just back to POC if we can hold. Need to show interest over tens though.
Trump says, I haven't closed the door on meeting Iran. Says, ending the Mideast conflict as soon as possible is the goal.
O10 is just our 15-minute VWAP, by the way. So just mean reversion trade here. Just watching to see if it'll flip so we can go back up to our highs, or if this is going to hold this offer and we fail and push back below value. Man, another oil breakdown would be so good for NQ. Sucks that we're just chilling at VWAP.
Trump says it's possible that fighting is necessary to block Iran nuclear.
We expect even more volatility after market. Iran meeting is in an hour. That's right after market close.
Trump on France's President Macron's comment says we're long beyond a ceasefire. Trump says we're looking for total victory, no nuclear weapon.
So far, bid is just being absorbed into tens, no change. I'm not incredibly confident about this breakout.
Trump says if Israel does a good job, we won't need to fight. Trump ends his comments in the Oval Office now.
Thank God. Back to our pivot here. I'd like to see a very clear reoffer into this stacked imbalance that we just created if we were going to continue downward. ES just rejected our value edge. We're just watching oil. It's consolidating, which is giving me pause in either direction until we see a very clear break. NQ just rejected our 15-minute VWAP, as well as that 10 buyer is just offsides, very offsides. We have 50 seconds until new 15s. This is the last 30 minutes of our day. So much volatility. It's probably the least clear objectively FOMC, and I've seen it in a minute with Trump talking as well. So we know that there's a buyer here. What I'm watching for now is if this seller can step down, and it might happen without me here. But I'd love to see this like 45 to 60 hold offer for a new low. Pick out our ETH. This is what I'm kind of keeping an eye on right now. It's just playing off of this stacked imbalance into this value high here at 63. I want to see if we can find a seller in this, eat this up, because we know there's a buyer here. This is the same place where we found liquidity the last attempt here into this 15. But what happens now on this next reaction? Is the seller going to slap this down? If so, then I think we're in a very good spot for short continuation. If not, right, and we just pop back up, it's going to be more garbage. So let's see what they do here. I want to see like a pretty clear reaction as ES tests its ORL and NQ comes up into its ORL as well. And we just come into the stack and balance. Like, how does the supply affect us, if any? Let's see what we can do here. Because if these guys are just offsides and this bid is still relevant here at these lows, then I just don't know if sellers have it in them. I really don't. And then it's just going to be a reversion trade back up to VWAP again, up at like 010. Like, this is their chance. Another failure here just results in, again, like a reversion. Mm. Okay, this is our look in. Let's see if we get our lookout, or if this is going to flip. What we're watching for, again, is just, are these guys going to be absorbed? Right, is this going to absorb? And then when we look in, sorry, look back down, can we hold this? Because this leads to a shift. But without this, then it's just like this seller is just scuffed. Like it's just there's no interest. And then we just rotate back up to our 15-minute VWAP that's sitting here into 010. So it's incredibly important that we see sell side hold this, absorb these guys, which we're seeing so far, and then rotate through, and then using this as our offer point, continuation down. It's like, if they can't do this here, and this goes bid instead, all we've shown is that we have the same interest as our last low, and that this is still willing to be supportive for rotations up. And then to me, there's just nothing.
So the foreign ministers from Germany, France, Britain, and top EU diplomats hold nuclear talks with Iranian counterpart on Friday in Geneva, according to a German diplomatic source.
Yeah, like this bid just seems so done. I mean, sorry, the offer just seems so done. I don't know. I have no faith in them. Just looks like reversions to VWAP for the rest of the day. 010.
So Powell is to testify to the Senate panel on June 25th.
Well, that's another reversion to our 15-minute VWAP. No change. Awful action. Two minutes till MOC.
1 minute now until we get the market on close imbalance. Ten seconds. So looking now to the market on close imbalance, S&P 500 a buy side of 2.5 billion, Nasdaq 100 buy side 864 million, Dow 30 buy side 766 million, Mag 7 buy side 886 million.
This is where
According to the Financial Times, Microsoft is prepared to walk away from OpenAI talks.
whoa. This is where either the bid is found or offer flips, in my opinion. That's big news for Microsoft. What the hell? See what happens here into this 40 to like 56. Again, all we've done for the last hour, 2 hours, hour and a half, is just come back up to our 15-minute VWAP, which is sitting at this 010, and then revert back down here to where this liquidity is. So we'll see if something shifts or if it's going to be more of the same. Your higher low buyer is present here at 40 to 56. Your dip buyer, who's been just absorbing in this low, is at 10s, 910, 925. So I'm watching to see if we're going to see any sort of shift or if the bid is still just very present here and rotates back up. Unsure. So buyers are just being heavily absorbed into 010. They've now shifted down to 90, same as before. Just bad.
The IDF say that their air force struck a site producing missiles in Iran.
This volatility is crazy.
So keep in mind, in 5 minutes' time now, at the top of the hour, you see the release of the US overall net capital flows, prior 254.3 billion, and the tick long-term transactions, a prior of 161.8 billion.
Three and a half minutes left. Yeah, I can imagine. What a mediocre afternoon. If you're trading after hours today, remember that more Trump news after market with the Iran meeting. Please keep that in mind. I expect the overnight session to be dramatic.
1 minute remaining now. I'll lead with the US tick long-term transactions.
Especially with this consolidation from 230 to 340. 10 seconds. What a bad close.
10 seconds.
So much volume on this candle. Holy.
Minus 7.8 billion, minus 7.8 billion, with the overall net capital flows of minus 14.2 billion, minus 14.2 billion.
All right, well, that was super lame. I will see you all Friday. Have a good Juneteenth. Do some barbecue or something. Have a good day off. Come back for another crappy market day on Friday. Goodbye, goodbye. Pump end of day? I don't know, man. We held where we needed to, but it's going to be so dependent on Trump news, which is coming very shortly, like 30 minutes. You have a meeting with Iran, so good luck. That's all I have to say. Your offer's currently sitting into 80. Bid is currently resting at 44. So just watch your reaction here as we attempt in. But other than that, there's not much. Again, like all we've been doing is just consolidating into our Globex 15-minute VWAP, which is this purple line. And then just inside candle lows into this absorption that's into the bottom. So until this pattern breaks of basically just our current auction, right, which sellers loading into this VWAP, buyers willing to absorb into our lows, and just this transaction that's occurring over and over again, we don't have a decision being made. Right, so there's not much here. All we know that this is a super slow grind down, and that there's someone really willing to take in. Same from our overnight session down into these lows. So until we see a shift where this VWAP becomes responsive as our bid, I don't like the chance for upside unless we're coming back down into this liquidity down here. It just looks like a rotational trade to me. Just a scalp back into this, risk off into 22 flat until that goes supportive. I just don't see it. I mean, it's just such a box. I don't know. I think you're going to get a huge move in like 40 minutes. Like a massive move. Maybe even sooner. We'll see if Trump starts speaking earlier. But this consolidation is nasty work into that. I won't be trading it. I won't be here. I'm done. You guys have a good day off. I'll see y'all Friday.